What's happening? Kyle Postalway, aka Malcare here at Big Kitty Games. Gonna be doing some bug squashing. I'm trying to work out some upgrades to getting the titles of these videos and some things sorted out so I can better categorize them in YouTube. But not going to be working on that on air. Gonna say my name at the start, some things like that, I think. This is gonna just go into the bug squashing folder though. Probably not gonna be the most popular of the playlists, but important to the game nonetheless. One thing I've been meaning to adjust is under towns. Let me go ahead and just ping Discord. And let's see. I believe it is here. Add town building. Add town building object. So I set this up so that it has this overwrite function. This is basically when you place down a town building, the sort of ephemeral data is stored already. And when you place the object, you're just storing a reference to that in live runtime. But if there's already an object stored, we've got it set up to delete the old store, well, for example, storehouse. I think this is what's causing problems. And there really shouldn't be any situation that arises. I mean, if it does, it's a problem. But see here, we're destroying it and then we're returning. And that's just no good. So if storehouse equals null and see, okay, that makes sense. Makes sense, but it's still just not a nice way for things to go about. Add town building object. So someone's trying to add a storehouse from player town building or from loading. What? Hi, kitty. Do you have an epiphany? Time to purr into the mic. I think I'm going to change all of these. So if there isn't a storehouse, you're trying to add a storehouse, there isn't actually already stored storehouse. But again, this should never happen. It's like TB Anyway, let's change these to, well, we'll leave it as an error, but we're not going to destroy it. In this event, we're going to, not sure it's safe to just make a new storehouse, but storehouse equals new storehouse holder, and we don't really have to set that up particularly. Building game object, structure game object, citizen rotation, etc. Yeah. Well, this isn't the one that's causing problems anyway. We'll go ahead and leave that one as it is, but this is the one here where we're approaching a storehouse. We're trying to add a storehouse, and we're finding that there is already a storehouse object stored. So of course the data already exists, which is this guy. This is the data holder, and then the data holder itself already has a reference to a game object. So the whole overwrite dealie is a bit silly, but let's do, it's not empty, and now we're actually going to destroy the storehouse. The building game object. Oh, hey y'all. And we're going to add, and then we're not going to return. So we're going to get rid of the old one, we're going to add the new one, and all of that. And I'm basically just going to do that on all of these. So if we're not overwriting and it's already there, and I leave those alone. But we're going to take this out, and we're going to go tph dot building game object. So I think that's going to be the same for all of these. Slightly different naming conventions, huh? Just to make sure that things aren't improperly overwriting one another. tch, and this is bit sloppy of coding. Could definitely consolidate this a bit better, but not a big deal. It's only 4 checks. And that should be good. I'm hoping that that is the only real cause. And of course, why is that being brought up at all is the real problem. Let's actually look at that a little bit. So the problem is people having town buildings disappear on them still, and it's gotten much rarer because we fixed several other much more common problems, but there are still some people encountering that. So anyway, get, check. Where did it go? What were we working on? Get food, add town building object. So this is only getting called when we load this really isn't nice either. Town building data holder actually would get rid of it. I'm not sure why we would ever want to do that. So anyway, we're currently now returning false is if the data holder was not found, which means this should pretty much never get called. It's still not a nice thing to even exist here, though. Let's go ahead and put that debug there. That'll print out to the Unity anonymous error reporting if we need it. Should expect to never see that, though. And yeah, so this is during loading. It's replaced. We've set it, we've positioned it, we've set it up. At the reference to the Solace facilities. Not sure we want to be doing that, but not a big deal. So this gets called by procedural area, who is going to then add all of the buildings to this is what's important here, the spawned object LOD0, and this is actually currently only looking at the town child count, even though this guy has the possibility of adding set parent, town parent. I'm pretty sure this dude is capable. No, maybe not. When some of these custom buildings are loaded in. I guess, yeah, that would be a different method in and of itself. So that wouldn't be called here. That would be called player town building, when you're actually placing something. In that event, still be calling the same method for there. Not positioning. For example, if we are custom, or not custom, but we are a storehouse, we're going to load in a custom building forcibly, add it to structures, and add to area spawn. That is going off properly on both of these, so okay, that's just what I wanted to double check there. So hopefully that will fix things in that avenue. And let's see, we also had this here. This is caused by building rotation. kind of just need to go in and test all angles of this, I think. It's just a bummer because I can't replicate this stuff readily. Oops, we are on beta. What were we doing on beta? We were working on item recipes. I don't think we actually changed anything though, did we? Changed diamond. That's fine. What do we do here? Removing from... yeah, we turned that back on and we updated all of these. Let's just go ahead and copy that. Town. Just copy you completely. I'm going to town building data holder. I'm going to discard you, and you know what? I don't need the diamond update yet either. Kind of working on 3 different things at once right now. Trying to make sure towns don't have any more bugs. Trying to get new recipes in. And trying to get new locations for those recipes to be dropping. Definitely want to give priority to the bugs. And then get back to working on items. Hopefully in the PM today. Switched back onto production. Gonna reload this. And I'm gonna paste in the changes. Like so. And we're gonna need to reload. Let's see what else we got. Got some new reports. 2, are these all bugs? This is a enhancement. Wait for it to finish compiling. Unity has a single-threaded compiler. I've never known any different, but a buddy of mine was like, "Are you serious? That's terrible." Alright, so we're gonna go try and rotate our storehouse in all possible directions. And there's actually a pretty nice way to fix this problem sort of in a roundabout way by actually upgrading the system a little bit. That might be worth thinking about. That would be something to add to the beta though. So we'll hold off on it for just a minute right now. So I'm just going to save right here, and I'm going to plop a storehouse down. And so right here, I'm not going to rotate it, and it works fine. Okay. Now I'm going to leave play mode and just go right back into play mode. And I hit Control P, there it goes, okay. Unity 2019 loses focus whenever it recompiles. It really bothers me. Not when it's just leaving play though, so that's good. So I'm going to do the same thing, but this time I'm going to rotate it like so, and that went in fine. I'm going to just do this twice more to make sure that we are rotating properly. So I'm going to do a double rotate now. Looks fine. And the reason this does this is because the building interface uses a sort of northeast-southwest orientation dealy, where, for example, a wall is actually only capable of being on the east or the south wall. So a west wall is actually an east wall one step over. So when you rotate like this, it has to reposition all of those, and that all looked fine. So let's save and return to the main menu, and that'll save that building, and now reload it. That went down without a hitch. Let's see, probably was running into some reposition stuff going on, as the sort of current day problem seems to be. But these seem to be working fine. So anyway, the way that I could update this to just not need to do that anymore at all would be to no longer require things to align specifically to 0 degrees. Like this is always going to be our east wall, and we can see if we're facing east, that is true east. We could change these so that they don't actually read northeast southwest, or I mean we could even update them just based on whatever they're closest to as far as their rotation is concerned, and give the building an actual rotation. That would let us rotate not only a 90-degree turns, but we could actually start positioning our buildings, 5 degrees or whatever, like so, which is good and bad. A lot of people like to leave things symmetrical, but sometimes you don't want to. And that will probably most definitely be the case when we start spawning villages on the wild. So I think we'll save that for then. Um, but I wonder how she was able to do this. Because I'm aware of what causes this, and I've fixed it. Whenever it shows up, the problem is always getting it to show up. If a player gets it to show up, that means that there is some way to get it to show up. But she's not showing her compass, so I can't tell what direction it's facing or anything there. Other ways that that could happen. That is the way that that comes to be. Let's say we no town found. There's a mountain outpost. Let's Hey Art, how's it going? Actually, let's do this here. This. Should be due south of us now. Nice. I'm level 37, I think. Got a couple hours in here and there. Should be good. I wanted to go click on the building, but it should be done by now. What are you kitty doing? Throwing each other all over my desk.何？ Oh, Fox just hit me. That was weird. Okay, so let's select this guy so we can be sure that he is despawning when we move. And I'm going to change his rotation to something else just for testing. And we'll run north again on our little nature trail here. And let's see, what am I at? 4.1. Okay. Head back. Looks fine. I think this direction is what's left over. And how's your eye doing? Got your contact off? Just makes me shiver every time I think about it. Yeah. Blurry is a different problem than the actual cataract though, right? If they really needed to, they could go back in and LASIK the blurry away. I think. I'm not actually familiar with cataract surgery. This has all worked as expected. This is clearly a storehouse. I don't know how she did that. Well, let's hope that things are working better now that we're not destroying stuff anymore. So once the damage heals, hopefully that'll straighten things out. Let's see what else we can look at. Since the crate boxes were fixed, nearly all the doors and times opened the wrong way, knocking you off the ladder. Open the other direction, or it did. I know, but until you click F on the door, you don't know which way it will open. That's true. The whole ladder dealy. Yeah. That is trivial. We're not going to get into that right now. Belonged to souls outside the tower, went in and died fighting the fire demon until the tower completely vanished. Yeah. This is still doing that, isn't it? Let's see. Counters. That's actually a really good solution. Art. Monsters get stuck in them too, don't they? We should change the monsters to goblins. Let's see, that is Dungeons. Dungeon Creator 2. Generate room by room. It goes through. There's a step somewhere here. Step, step, step. possible doors, and then at the end it goes through the doors. Handle possible doors. Spawn wall, spawn broken wall, spawn door. Hi kitty, you're back. Are you bored, kitty? Get building upgrade. Dun, 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 dun. Just turn these off. And we don't need the doors, we just have the doorways. I like that. Upper door. Yeah, we don't need this either. Upper door is just the hatch ladder, I believe. Severe consequences of adding goblins to the towers. Let's see, we do want to leave fire elementals in somewhere, but they're currently in the slim towers anyway, so if we just don't mess with those for the moment. They'll still exist. This is not beta though, so I don't actually have the goblins yet. We'll do that though. We'll change these guys to goblins because these guys don't fit through the door, and it doesn't make any sense for a bunch of elementals to be holed up inside of a big tower, in my opinion, unless there's maybe a wizard up at the top or something. But yeah, Dungeon Creator 2 is actually what we're looking at, which is, I believe it's Dungeon AI. I don't think it's in Start. Let's see. If underwater, search for something in the way, building mask. Yeah, this is what causes that. Destroy equals true. Possibly due to world updates. Yeah. But trying to get me into a cult art. Freaking me out, man. I'm just kidding, of course. I do kind of want this here, but then again, it does cause problems. Yeah, figuring out stuff that doesn't need to be fixed and stuff that doesn't need to be developed is very important. Possibly due to world updates. It's only looking at buildings. It's just not good. But yeah, I mean, world updates have their own problems. We'll just get rid of that. This is caused by a method that was put in place solely for Should stop this from happening. So dude puts a Solace right next to the tower. Tower does a scan to see if there's any buildings nearby, and it says, oh, I'm too close to something, I'm gonna kill myself. Not the best approach. Most items in new cave not harvestable. From Stew. Most items in the cave on MP Solace Mine number 2 tier 82 actual location and image. Never been in cave before, but all but one of the tier 82 items were not harvestable. There's another cave at tier 82. It had all the same end boss as this cave. So this is a new Solace you've come across, I believe. You're not out that far in my save. Well, let's take a peek. I'm only level 51. Actually, I don't know what I am on the server. It'd be nice to have those game version mismatch. Would be nice to have those updating based on the server. Slightly difficult. We'll get there. Let's see, I want to opt out of beta. Let it patch itself. Extremely slow for some reason. That's interesting. 300k per second. My internet goes up to like 90 megabytes a second, but it's only 50 megs. There we go. And let's open up some things here. I guess I can show the IP that's public knowledge. Log into the server so I can see the console, in case that's important. And let's do that again. I'm level 0. Look out. I just got some tier 5 stuff on. Might want to change that. I'm going to need better tools, aren't I? One moment, please. Let's see. What level it is even out here? 80 times 5. Oh yeah, 400 is about right, isn't it? Let's see. Yoかったね。意味なかったね。I didn't even have a backpack. And let's do... I don't think this is gonna work. Let me see. Yeah, I can't... I'm trying to give myself super high level crafting, but I can't use that stuff. Let's see. How about level 0? This might work. Just, you know, pay no attention to my level and gear. Anyway, harvested that guy fine. Copper ore. Where's the console? Nothing in the console. It could be that things are so far out that they're positioning a bit weird, but you would expect that to be all over the place if that were the case. I'm not seeing any gem. There's a gem. Oh, there's a baddie. I might need to do a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. And let's see.どうしたん？顔出したん？ドキドキしたん？肩痛くなるよ。高すぎて。高すぎて。Oh, I'm dead. No, wait. Okay, I'm okay. Oh, my sword. I didn't give myself a sword, did I? And my hit points not regenerating. Let's see. I'm not gonna make this in time, am I? Bad guys work. Aiming works for them. I want to say that this is some kind of an aiming issue going on, but because the big rocks work. Oh, stop. You're in the same cave and you don't see me? Why do I have so many monsters on me? I'm not even hitting anybody, am I? Hey, Goofy. An exception has occurred. You harvested something and it didn't report to me properly. Interesting. I think I see you up there. Or is that a diamond? Here's a diamond. There is not a good way out of here. Thank you for the like, Jeff. See, I'm getting these warnings when you harvest something. You don't see me in here though, huh? Can I make it? I don't think I can make that. Doing good at Goofy? How you doing? What's your, what do you need help with? Let's see. Is this even where I came in? I've confused myself. Is this the entrance? This is not the entrance. That's the entrance up there, I think, though. I want to make sure we are in the same cave here. Get the feeling we are not. Were you at this mine or this mine? I went to the 412 kilometer. I'm at the Solace right now. Probably not used to seeing people out here. We're pretty far out though. I wonder if it's gonna make us all jumpy. Can you come back outside? Well, I'm at 380. So the biggest problem with stuff out here, like even if a mushroom, well, the mushroom worked fine. Oh, you were at the other cave, huh? So this, I was having the same problem in the other cave, but hopefully this one's easier to navigate. Yes, it is. So yeah, are you in here now? You don't see me? I don't even see. Oh, there you are. I'm naked. You're not naked for me. Do I not even have pants on? Naked? Was I naked outside? Like, am I Ken doll naked or underwear naked? Yeah, I see the emerald. There's unfortunately no good way to double check this in here though. So what I'm gonna do, stone too, huh? Huh. I wouldn't expect it with stone. I was kind of expecting maybe emeralds are too small to register at this distance, but stone should register easy enough, so okay. That's weird. Alright. Well, I'm going to copy the, let's see. Where is it? I think it's config, Unity, Big Kitty Game, Solace Crafting World, Multiplayer World. I'm going to create an archive. And I'm going to copy the archive to my desktop, which is probably already there. Go ahead and replace. And I'm going to move that into my local worlds folder. Now I might run into a bit of a problem here. Let's see. I don't believe I need you for any reason. Just delete you. Extract here. My wife has unfortunately decided to set up office right behind me. But whatever. Let's see. Anyway, so the problem I might run into here is I got a new hard disk for Christmas for myself. It's a terabyte SSD, and I haven't moved that over there yet, have I? Where did I put that? Symlink is now on F. I don't think that will work. Let's try it. So basically I've got this guy open, and I'm going to open one more. He thinks that he is on... Oh, is he on C drive? I thought that was on... Oh. Okay, never mind. That works fine. So I'm going to be using the same save that you're playing on right now, Art, that the multiplayer server is running. But I'm going to do it locally here so that I can look and see that that stuff actually exists on the server as expected. That's probably what's going on, isn't it? The server is making tiny mathematical differences in its roles, creating stuff that... placing things in different positions, maybe. Let's peek at the math while we wait for that to load. So we're doing cave, which is under world encounters. Cave. What's it called? Cave marching cubes. I'm going to put you down for now. That's probably going to take a minute. Let's see. So this is the cave generator. It gets populated with the local X, local Y, local Z. Actually, how does it get that information? Nobody uses that? Why do they exist at all? No references. Well, I don't think number is used anymore either, is it? Oh, that still is somewhere, huh? You wore out a lot further, you're saying? Let's see. So maybe just something funky about this cave. Let's go, Unity. Let's go. I don't think there's any actual distance-based math going on that would really get upset being at long range anyway. So come on. Okay, we'll start the server up here. Start host, pretend like we're a server. And then, I probably should have done that backwards, but not a big deal. Okay, these are the same actually anyway. So now we're going to force local and start client. That's a good point. Hi, kitty. It's a different kitty. What the pee-pee doing? What's pee-pee doing? Say hi to the camera. Pee-pee. Pee-pee. What are you doing? And it knows I'm in the cave already. How come it wasn't doing this cave fog? I thought we updated that on live as well. It wasn't doing that for me. Kitties do like to Ralph. Let's see though. I'm here and I'm not seeing any. Oh, there's the emerald. Okay, so I got an emerald here. Let's see what the server says. Server says Malcare. You're not even gonna let me go to him because he's so far out? That's a problem. That is a problem. You're not gonna let me go to him? Come on. He's so far out, Unity doesn't want me to go there. Well, let's say I take the 3 off of there. And what do you think of that? No? I'll take the 1 off of there too. We took a 3 and a 1 off. Okay, now let's go look. And there is no emerald there. And is the cave totally different? That's another good question. I think the cave might actually just be completely different. Well, maybe not. No, actually that does look the same, doesn't it? So I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at it right here. But there is no emerald. Whoops, I clicked on something else. And let's see. That big boulder there looks like most of this stuff is the same. The decorations are the same. Oh, there's no, yeah, this is on Malk on the client. There's a ruby up there on the server. The ruby is up there. That's weird. If the ruby's there, but the emerald is not there, what does that mean? Somebody harvested the emerald to freak you out, Art? And then the update isn't going through properly? Let's see. Marching cubes, resources, spawn, floor resources. Get random resource. What am I trying to do? I guess I can interrupt it on harvestable gem. Doesn't have a start. We'll go straight to harvestable object. And let's see, respawn check passed. That's not what I meant. Let's just do if resources equal to emerald. One-eyed tanker. That doesn't sound very safe. You can't judge distance with one eye. You interestingly can, though, not too terribly. The brain's smart enough to figure it out. Someone snuck into your cave while you weren't looking. So we're going to spawn right into the cave and expect to see an emerald spawn. Emerald remaining equals 0. So these emeralds are showing up as dead somehow. The emeralds think that they've been harvested. Do you have any tier 84 emeralds in your backpack, Art? That you're holding out on me? Is there some reason? You were saying that. Let's see. What, maybe, how can I compare those two? X372, Z minus 157 is really what that is all based on. The X and the Z and the world C So let's write that down. 372 and minus 157. And now I'm going to go poke at that other cave. It was a very different shape though, wasn't it? So it should not be the same, but we'll get the same debugs perhaps, which would be a solid indicator of what's happening. Emerald spawn, yada yada yada. So these ones spawned somewhere but are not dead. These spawned at... I was looking at the console last time, wasn't I? 4316, yeah, one of them spawned, let's see, 379, 381, no, those are pretty far off. 379, they're aware of their position properly, it looks like. And the cave is very different. It's got the bridge that I built in it. And it's not the same numbers, 370 minus 156. But those other ones are dead for some reason. Well, I think we'll just keep our eye on it. Let me know if you see that anymore. Let's see. Shouldn't be anything that sets it to 0. Yeah, that's weird. Like I say, it might be a sort of a cross-reference problem. But the cave numbers, well, I should look at that on the server, really. But yeah, cave numbers look good. And that's the data that it's going to access. And let's see, it actually stores the save file. It's here. Maybe this guy got turned around somehow. And yeah. Oh, well, that's a problem. Wait. No, that's fine. I haven't harvested anything yet, huh? Resource stats 3D. World encounter. That's where it is. World encounter resource stats 3D. Yeah, these dudes are in there. Does not look like a lava lake here. Oh yeah, you said you made it to the end anyway, huh? I think we should make the lava caves their own thing. Have these guys be caves, and then we'll have lava caves be lava caves, and have them have different entrances and different icons on the map. Because looking for a lava cave specifically is kind of rough. No, I think the lava plane will be its own thing. It's supposed to be because the Emberstone, we're going to have Aetherstone on floating islands, which are easy to spot as long as you've got your silk undies. And then Emberstone and lava caves, which are really hard to find. And I just don't think they should be that hard. We could turn their frequency up a lot. And you know. That's another possible option. We could make them their whole own separate thing, though, with more than just the rooms that they currently have. Give them several different types of rooms. Lava monsters and some stuff. Did you see the elemental fire plane I was working on at all? I only spent like an hour on it. But yeah, we'll leave this be for now. Keep an eye on it. Let's see what else we can look at. We were getting errors, weren't we? We were getting client-side errors. Let's see if I can replicate that. Could be a small thing. I don't want to be that far out. Well, maybe I need to be though, so we'll try it. Start the server up, start the client up, start a second client up. Ooh, I probably don't want to do that through Steam, but it's going to do it either way, isn't it? So we've got 3 versions running. Good thing I bought that extra RAM. Direct connect, I want to do local host. And what is I have a different port. 5055. And let's do Sasaru. So I'm in the cave. How come I have cave fog when you don't have cave fog? That's what's confusing me. I've got cave fog in the Unity editor, but not in the client. Is that what you're telling me? And I think I'm in this one. Good lord, it's dark. I don't have a torch. Let me go get a torch. Surely there's a piece of wood somewhere. Surely. These are fruit trees. This is just, however, there's a tree right here. Daijoubu datta. This is the game that we are working on, Solace Crafting. Yep. There's Malcare. His clothes did not. Butt naked, that's a problem. And Sasaru likewise did not update properly. Let's see. Player client 126. This is the sim link. I don't want you to open that up. Pretty sure genitals would get me in trouble on Twitch, but I don't think butt will. And my guys don't have genitals, just so everybody knows. Player client start, multiplayer client, no reference exceptions, player client 126. That's interesting. Because I'm in the cave. Huh. Well, that's just gonna mess all kinds of stuff up there, isn't it? Let's see. A playtester worth his weight in gold. Let's see, this isn't going to update for this guy. But it should work better now for these guys. How much is 295 pounds of gold worth? $6,400,000. Okay, maybe not that much, but you know what I mean. So, it was trying to find cameras that are only needed on the local player object, while loading a non-local player object within a cave, during which those cameras are actually turned off, causing problems. We would now expect to see this load properly for Malcare, because he's now got the updated code. As we see now, no errors were thrown, so Sarah loaded properly, but she's still going to get the error because she doesn't have the updated code. And again, I don't have any genitals. Sorry if that that should not be against the terms of service. It's just like a Ken doll. Do kind of got to be careful with some of that stuff, though. Let's see. So we also had, I was getting errors for harvesting updates, like so. Error has occurred. NRE, and this is going to be on, it's not even showing it. Where was it? RPC attack, player audio, call RPC attack. Was that it? And an index problem. I'm gonna just put a little marker there and do that one more time. So test, yeah, it's just the audio. Player audio, hit rock. And this was doing a problem too? That's also doing a problem. That's funny. So all the audio stuff is causing problems. In multiplayer caves only. Why would that be? Yeah, what's up, Goofy? Player audio. RPC attack. No reference exception, so it's almost like these have not been loaded properly. This should work on here as well, so let's actually try that. So I can look at it here. Like this. Trying to send command for object without authority. Oh, no, that makes sense. Because of the camera error, everything beyond that didn't load properly. That makes sense, actually. That should be fixed now. This is a bit unexpected. Player animation 133. If this is the server, we want to do that. Else if is local player, we want to do that. Ooh, this is some ugly code right here. That should fix that. Let's export a test build and give it a try. I have one problem, so whenever I press the key that I input to, it always plays the animation on stop, so I have to press the key again to stop. You probably have your animation set to loop. If you go to your animation like this, there's either a loop time here, or you've got no exit time. On my animator here, bear gets hit. After the animation plays out, it has an exit time, and this is not condition based, it just goes out. When the animation finishes playing, goes back to idle. If this is not set up, this will just keep playing because the animation is set to loop. You could also turn that off, and then it would just play it once and stop. Probably what's going on. Yep, started out with the empty scene, no scripts, and just had to keep going from there. So I'm gonna build this out. It's gonna be a development build. We're gonna build to my test build folder. You want to either disable the loop time or make sure that once it's done playing, it exits out of the state if you're using a state machine. I'm not sure what method of animation you're using there, but you know, you can just call play animation and it'll do that too. But you should be using an animator. And let's see, who's got an animator? Like this, and then for example, this is condition based. So from any state, no matter what's going on, if attack right gets called, it's going to jump to this animation. But then its exit parameter is not condition based. Its conditions are empty, and it's using an exit time. This one is not using an exit time, it's using a condition. So once this is done playing, it's not going to trigger any conditions, it's going to trigger its exit time, which just means when it's done playing, and it's going to blend back into whatever should be playing over here. So this will only ever play once because it has an exit time. So either you set up an exit time, or if you want it to go here and just stay here but only play once, then you want to go into the animation and turn looping off. And I told you a couple times, but super recommend joining Unity Developer Community. What's the full name? That's the full name. I can send you an invite here. How do I do this? Invite people. Copy. So this is going to expire in 24 hours. If there's anybody watching on YouTube or Twitch, a saved version of this. But let's see, I can paste it into here, I believe. So if you want to copy that, it's actually cut off a little bit there, isn't it? There you go. But yeah, that will get you onto the server there. And these people will answer anything you can possibly imagine asking about Unity. Tons and tons of good people here. General programming or Unity help is where you would want to be asking basic questions like that. But That should fix your animations there. While this finishes building up, I'm going to take just a little 5-minute break here, go to the bathroom, maybe get a new coffee. So I will be right back. Oh yeah. 2 beds out there now, huh? Good kitties. Alright, so let's just try that again, make sure that all worked. Should be all cleaned up. So I'm just going to start the server up. Don't need you anymore. Start client number 1 up. Start client number 2 up. What's up, Kane? And we're not getting those errors anymore. Good stuff. And then we want to do, we're not naked anymore. And we want to do an attack. Attacking is working as expected. Okay, so that should be all good. Likewise with harvesting something, for example, you. Yeah, some of these are not on the server though. That's interesting. This guy is, and that updated properly, I'm assuming. Yep. Malcare got rid of that one. This one is not on the server though, and I can't peek at it. Because it's so far out of range. But, well, yeah, if they're dead, they should be sent to the player as dead. So that's the problem, really. I forget when that happens. Let's see. Let's close every... Well, I don't need 2 clients for that. First of all. Small queue exception. Player has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. I don't like this. Never seen that show up. Player procedural watcher 727. For each key value pair, that should be removed. Why was that not removed? Alright, settle down. Settle down. Save client data. On server disconnect. No reference exception. It's like it destroyed the player before it finished saving it. Client data manager, save client data. And it's not 113. Player camera. Player camera didn't get set up properly. Huh? Client data. I don't actually care about the client camera rotation. To be honest, because that's client side, the server's not actually going to send that to the player and make him look in that direction again. What is this? New serializable vector 3. Player mover, let's see, transform was still there, player mover should be fine. In any case, should that error come up again, I don't like that this, let's see, if, yeah, No, that's not right. If pair value is equal to null, let's see. And that's the problem with for each loops. So I'm going to rewrite this to not be a for each loop. I am in Japan, Goofy. It is 10:20 a.m. on the 19th already. I live in the future. It's a nice sunny day. It's really windy though, because it was really cold yesterday. I think the sun is trying to heat it up, making some crazy wind. So we don't want a for each. We want to do for int I equals 0, I equals less than the client count, I plus plus, and we're going to grab whatever index we're at, player client, client equals this at position I, and now if our client is null, we don't want to just continue. We want to first clients dot remove at. Oh, it's a dictionary, right? Oh, that's why we're doing for each, isn't it? Whoops. My apologies. That's not going to work. Put that back as it was, and let's see. So let's go ahead and loop through here once. Really all I want to do here is if it's null, let's say we do a sort of list of uints called null players, and this should never happen, but you know, it's a good little safety check, and it's gonna be just a nanosecond extra processing power. COVID is worse than ever in Japan, but still a lot better than some places in the world, so it's not doing too bad. You know, Tokyo and Osaka are sort of the big cities, and I think the most affected populace is people in their 20s, so it's obviously people that think that they're above it and just ignoring the rules and getting sick and dying, which is not fun. But still, it's in the hundreds instead of in the thousands, so it's better than it could be. So I'm going to make a new list, and if we find one that is empty, I'm going to add to the list the pair.key, and then at the end of that, for int I equals 0, I equals less than null players.count, I plus plus. I'm going to loop through that list that we made, and player script controller client data manager clients.remove null players I, like this, so that we don't have any null players. That should improve that, and this should fix that. Let's give it another try by recompiling both ints. And we're trying to actually look at the world encounter harvesting data synchronization when a player connects to the server. Then we've got two other bugs here we want to look at. Planters vanishing from floating islands, could be. So I'll start the server back up. get this, get the client loading. So he's going to take a minute. Server should be done before he finishes. I say should. Uh-oh. Server's lagging behind for some reason. Component at index 2 could not be loaded when loading game object main camera. Removing it. Pretty sure there's nothing weird on the camera. Anyway. So yeah, we should fix the client leaving stuff. That was, for example, like this. Player disconnects, all of that. But anyway, so what's the actual method for synchronization that we want to look into here? I'm pretty sure it's under player harvesting. Watched areas, world encounter, request, world encounter, harvesting data. Gets triggered by the master. Let's go ahead and add a debug into here. And we'll just go ahead and call it that. And we'll put another one here for the command, which should only show up server side. And it's going to enact this and send stuff out. It's either going to get parts, or is it only parts? No, there's one above it too. So it's either going to get this or this. In either case, we want to go ahead and have the debug trigger, just so we can double check that stuff is getting called properly, because it looks like we're loading certain resources that are not on the server, like that emerald. I think I went into the other cave by now. But might need to go back to that other cave. The ruby was there in both of them, so that should let me double check which cave I'm in. Start the server up. Server's loaded, client is loading. Always takes a little bit extra long because the Unity's doing lots of stuff behind the scenes that the standalone client doesn't have to do. So I went a little bit down in the cave. No, I didn't. But yeah, this is the wrong cave. I want to go back to the other cave. And night has fallen. We want to go to this one. And in here, let's see. Well, I kind of wanted to clear my stuff there, but so we've got an emerald and we've got the ruby up there. However, let's see, harvesting data received. These are supposed to wait for that, so it looks like they did. Request received, everything turned on. Emerald spawn. Here we've got Malcare goes in. The emerald spawn 381 381. These numbers might be a bit different. Is that our problem? This is giving world numbers. This is giving local numbers. It should be local numbers. Let's take a peek at this, because those variables are even called local. XYZ, aren't they? Harvestable object. Transform, oh, okay, I'm debugging position, so that doesn't help. But let's see. Let's do local x cm plus local z cm. And likewise, let's see, that was up here, emerald spawn. I'm gonna recompile these real quick, and it'll save where Malker was when that finishes disconnecting. There it goes. So I can just turn this off and let him recompile. I left a faucet running in my kitchen for my kitties. I'm gonna turn it off. I'll be right back. And we're done compiling. Load the server back up. Load the client back up. Yeah, we'll just first make sure that those local numbers are the same, because that's going to be what it's checking against. The server's finding them as dead, while the client is not. So here we see 9619 9622. That's pretty close. 41652, 41651. So these are coming out a little bit different. And that is a problem. So on the server, we're off by 3 centimeters and 1 centimeter. So even though it knows that it's dead here, the server or the client is checking different numbers. So it's not able to find that it is at 0. Now, again, I think that the problem we're most likely running into here is the fact that this cave is at this ridiculously distant number. So floating point, this is called a float, is only capable of maintaining 7 digits of precision, which Unity's yelling at me here for, because they're, for example, these resources, well, they're able to store their local I wonder if these are proper. Let's see. Copper small. I'm just going to pause everything so I don't end up dying. Oh, I clicked stop. Shoot. Okay, let's try that once more. Sorry. I'm going to see if the local floats are capable of handling their data better than the world position. Because again, their world position is at 380 kilometers out from the start. Okay, let's pause and open up the cave resources. We've got a copper at 37.15. Here we've got the emerald at the top, but Emerald is not up at the top. The emerald's still down in there though, right? Oh, I'm back in the other cave. Well, that's not a big deal. This is a different copper, maybe? 37.12, 37.15. See, so that's already a problem. These use centimeters to find their positions, so they are slightly off. That's probably caused by the parent being unable to figure out his proper position. What to do? What to do? We could do the sort of thing where we send all of the resources information to the player, requiring that the server handles everything. Which is what we did for rare things, which is why the rubies in the other cave are working good. Actually, let's go and take a peek at that. We don't let stuff on the client determine its rarity by itself. We require that the server tell it to be rare specifically. For those reasons, did I just go back to the same one? I don't actually know. Nope, here I am, okay. So I want to save. Oh, that's another error. That's not good. 150. Didn't I comment this out? Save client data, save client data. Alright, let's do this one more time. Can't let those errors just run about. The name rot does not exist. That's correct. We're just going to do it like this. Again, this is only used for the client stuff. This isn't single player, so we don't actually care about the rotation like we would in single player. I want to make sure saving client data works properly, as well as how to fix the resource centimeter values from coming up different. There's a master. It's per terrain, which is 1 kilometer squared. So if we look at, let me just save here real quick, make sure that works. It does. When a cave generates, it's one of these world encounters, and I can't look at it on the server because it's so far out. But for example, it's this self-contained chunk here. That actually exists underneath the terrain, which hasn't loaded yet because we haven't gone above ground at all. But this stores a reference to the terrain save file. So there's only one world encounter allowed per terrain. And on that terrain save file is this world encounter data files. This is the information about who and what he is, if there's any chests, and then the resource data holder holds the resource stats. So when these resources spawn, they try to check themselves against this data. But because on the server we're out at 378,000 meters, 378 kilometers deep into the world, we're getting incorrect centimeter values. So yeah, let's go back to that other cave one last time so I can save myself over there properly. And again, we need to save on the server. Fix that error. So this emerald is actually dead, but the number that it is using to check to see if it's dead within that data holder, which has been updated by the server, as we can see here, it knows that. See, this is actually even the emerald that it's looking for right there. It's 2 centimeters off to the X on the server, which is what this data was. This was all input from the server onto the client. So, yeah, I see ya. I either need to widen the check, which I think is what happens above ground. And let's see, these guys are also not disappearing like they should, was one thing that got brought up. So let's see. Let's pause everything so I don't die. And for example, we want to be looking at harvestable object. Yeah, so if we're not in a world encounter, we're going to figure out our own position here using all of this. But I think the real problem is these here. Get resource stats. So I'm sending in the section. It's going to get the chunk, and then we're going to ask it to get the resource stats here. And it's going to look for it's going to look for specific X and Z values. That seems to be working above ground just fine though, which is what I'm a bit perplexed by. Because above ground is the same as below ground, in the sense that whether we're in a cave or not, yeah, it is definitely, it's a precision error. I'm just going to make it daytime here real quick, even though the sun is coming up. So we can see what we're doing. So let's see, like for example, I mean these trees are working, right? Well, my axe sucks. Didn't I get myself a new? No, my axe doesn't suck. But my strength is 482, not quite enough toughness there, yeah, well. I need to make these stronger, don't I? One moment, please. Let's do... Let's see. Let's go crazy. And I'll just give myself ridiculously high level stuff. And even the fact that I was able to hit that, though, shows that they are working. But I guess the actual problem is... So yeah, the question is whether this updates properly or not. So we've got 3 trees right there, and then there's one right in front of me that I just killed. I'm going to log off. The server's going to save the fact that I destroyed that one tree. And now when I reconnect to the server, it's going to update, it's going to pull that data from the server, and it should destroy the tree right in front of me, but still have the same 3 trees behind it. But if we're getting the same precision errors that we're getting in the cave, as we would actually expect it to, it might reload that tree right in front of us again. And there it is. We got the 3 over there, and oh no, there it did, it updated properly. So, and that might be fluke. Let's go ahead and do 1, 2, 3 trees and an ore. So we should be behind the left when we're looking at these 3 trees. I'm gonna leave, let it save, and reconnect once more. It's only able to round to the decameter at this distance on the server, which is fine if we are at, 10 centimeters. But if we're at 7 centimeters, let's see, the ore disappeared properly. There's the 3 trees, and the other 3 trees here do look like they've all gone away properly. So above ground does seem to be working fine, even though we would expect the same results, honestly, because it's just, well, it is doing the local position here. Let's see. If we are in a cave, for example, this is going to get explicitly set by the cave marching cubes here. But it is using the local position, same as above ground. Local position equals local position. Resource is the transform, right? Yes, it is. Set parent gets the local position, same as above ground again. As we can see here, this is how it does it above ground. Above ground works good, but low ground is not working good. One way to solve this would be to calculate the distance when we go to, we don't need you guys anymore. When we get to here and we're looking for the actual stats themselves, like so. It's looking for explicit exact results. We could have this look for nearby results. Above ground, it's impossible for anything to spawn within a meter of something else. So that would be more than enough. We could look even just within 1 or 2 decameters. Below ground, we are loading things much more randomly. Let's see, world encounter, cave, marching cubes. The position, actually, let's see, let's spawn like down here. Spawn floor resource. They are within, there's only one within every 10 meters, is it? Let's double check. So, step forward. What I'm really looking for is who calls this method. It's right here. Decorate for all floor positions. Then we're going to pass in the X and the Z, and it's going to use that position, which is a 10 meter chunk. And then it's going to find a random position with padding of 2 meters. For resources. What about decorations though? Open floors for each of these, it's going to go through them. Ceiling positions. It's only going to decorate if... I feel like some of those are getting closer than 10 meters to one another though. Perhaps not. This here. This is... It's a bit of a strange way to write that, isn't it? It's basically just doing... What if you turn this way up though? What is the maximum? Start. Get default setting. I want to find where that actually gets applied. There we go, value. Change setting, yeah, that's not actually it though. It's under the start UI when we spawn the row. Spawn world settings. Or let's see, what is it? Resource, spawn frequency. Cave resource spawn multiplier. There it is. It goes up to 5, so that's why that +2 is in there. Actually goes up to 0.25. Possibly. But yeah, it grabs that and then it offsets an extra +2, which means 20% chance for a decoration to spawn. I just died. How did I die? Why am I still alive? I thought I paused it. Dang it. That's why I always pause it. I didn't pause it. I died of starvation, I think. Not a big deal. It's just windy. All hell outside. Pause. So anyway, only within 10 meters of another resource or decoration are things spawning here. Above ground, it's only within a meter. Below ground, it's within 10 meters. So we should not expect to see anything closer than 10 meters to anything else. Which sounds a bit extreme to me. I was just kind of assuming, but yeah, nothing does actually look like it's. You see, each one of these face chunks is 10 meters cubed, and then there's only ever one thing per cube. That's just to make sure that stuff doesn't overlap. But like here, look at these guys. Well, yeah, but this guy is. His middle point is like right there, and this guy's middle point is on this one over here. So even though they look like they're overlapping, so that actually means that they're capable of their origins being within 4 meters of one another is what that means. So if you're in the maximum extreme of, there's 2 meters of padding on each cube. So it's possible to be at 2 meters here and 8 meters here, which means that they would have a, a difference of, and I mean 2 meters within this chunk, so it would be at this edge plus 2, and this would be this edge minus 2. So it would be possibly within 4 meters of one another. So we could round this, where is it? Where we get the resource stats, and we're currently looking for an exact match within centimeters. We could change this to actually look for something that is within 1 meter and still not expect to see any problems above or below ground. And we're not actually seeing any problems above ground yet anyway. Hey, briefcase cat, what's happening? On a forum, maybe on the Unity forums. I haven't updated that thread in forever, but I used to have a. It's still there, I'm sure, but a thread on the Unity forums about the game. And I might have started one on Reddit too, long time ago. Back when I did my Kickstarter, I was just trying to get everywhere and anywhere. So say we don't bother updating anything above ground, but we do it down here. And let's see, resource data holder, get resource stats 3D. This is only ever called for world encounters because above ground uses the 2D height map, so it only needs 2 dimensions. So let's change this to I started making the game itself in 2017. I was working on ideas and fleshing out what I wanted the game to be starting in more like 2015-ish. And I started learning how to use Unity and how to program in 2012. So there was like 3 years of just learning how to do things after work. Once I started, I was doing it every day, and I've been doing it pretty much every day since 2012. I think it was like October-ish. Did a lot of Minecraft clones and stuff, and started doing 3D height map, random generation stuff. Started actually adding monsters and crafting and items and stuff in more like 2015, 16, and had an actual somewhat playable game in 2017 is when I started Kickstarter. It's crazy that it's 2021. I am 37 right now. Let's see. So we're gonna grab this is a serializable, no, it's an int3. Okay, so we've got an int3. How about we make a vector3? I don't even have Unity engine here. Using Unity engine. I'm actually going to put that down here. I'm going to grab a vector3. Let's see. Just call it res equals new, and we're going to input the local x, the local y, and the local z. And then we're going to also, let's see, just for the sake of safety, I'm going to comment these out and leave them there as our old method. And I'm going to make a new vector3. No, I actually do still want to grab that, and then I'm going to do vector3, and then we'll say, let's say this is we'll call this stored equals new, and we're going to do pos.x, pos.y, and pos.z. So now we've got two vector3s to compare against one another, and we're going to do if vector3.distance res and pos is less than, let's say, we don't really need to go all the way to 1 meter. We could. But yeah, I guess so. We'll go ahead and do that for now. And this is actually stored. And we'll say if it's less than 1, go ahead and return. We could even try to find the closest match, which would be a little bit slower, but this is honestly called only when the cave is generated, when you get that loading screen up, so it's not a problem if we get a couple milliseconds slower or not. So let's go ahead and try and find the closest resource possible. And we're going to do that by saying our index is equal to -1. And we're going to have a float distance of 0. Actually, we'll set that up to 100. And if the distance is less than, we'll see if it's less than distance. So we'll put this at actually 1. If it's less than distance, then we're going to set the new distance to equal, so we want actually this to be stored outside of our if. Float new distance equals that, and if our new distance is less than our distance, our old distance is now going to be that. Our index is now going to be I, and we're going to look through all of those to find the closest, and then if index does not equal -1, then we will return that one. Otherwise, we will return null. Let's compile that and check it out. Yeah, 29, that sounds right. Yeah, I was in a really not fun part of my life. Both with my job and with my private life. And I was like, man, I gotta change something. And I started learning Unity. And still enjoy it quite a bit.疲れたん. Let's see, are we at the correct mine? We are. So we're expecting it to now find the emerald is dead. Let's see. Did not. Emerald spawn 6312408 6332408. Why did that not catch itself there? Oh, I don't want to do that, sorry. Don't open that up. That's my Symlink solution. Go away. So, harvestable objects starts up. These have already been input by the cave generator. And we're going to then grab get resource stats based on those numbers. We are in the world encounter manager, so we're going to be using this. It's going to call this, which is now going to do this. Is this all working as intended? Stored. It's got position. New distance. Back to 3 distance. Let's do harvesting data. Oops, I clicked on it again. Shoot. Bad habit. I clicked on a send there too, didn't I? Request world harvesting data. Let's go ahead. Oh, it's going to open that up. Not helpful. It's right here anyway. So this is where we have requested the data. We're going to send it here, and when I get it back, I just wanted to it is giving the length 3747, so we are getting data. I kind of want it to loop through the data and print out. It's not doing parts, is it? It's not. It's not enough to make parts. It has to go over 15K to be split into parts, so there's a lot of room left. I want it to just loop through these once, so, and it's already looping through there. I want it to report this for me just so I can see these numbers. Res.localposition.x. There we go. dot y dot z, and let's see if we can do plus remaining resource stats dot remaining. Let's do resource type too. That's nice. Plus remaining. What was it? Resource stats remaining. So that will print out everything that it has received. This is only dead resources, so we would expect those all to be 0. But anyway, let's see what it gets back from the server. Actually like to save here. I'm gonna save while I'm still active and disconnect and shut down, recompile, start it back up again. Oh, and I know what the problem is, now that I think about it. These numbers that we're checking against, where was that? Harvesting manager. If, world and where is it? Resource data holder. These are actually using centimeters. So if our distance is 1, we're only checking against 1 centimeter. So like, Kane suggested 10 centimeters, which is probably more than enough, but again, it shouldn't be possible for them to be closer than 400 centimeters to one another. But yeah, you know. Well, and again, we're now looking for the closest. So let's go ahead and just do 100, and let's see. Just for now, it sounds like somebody's outside. My cats are running to hide. Might get a ping pong here in a second. Oh, and I need to... I can do that at lunch, I guess. It's just another 45 minutes. Anyway. Let's get the new distance here, so we can see if there's anything that it should only ever be like a 2 or a 3 here, but we'll let that print out and see what it shows us. So we're noticing a discrepancy of around 3 centimeters. We're now going to give it a leeway of up to 100 centimeters. But also now checking against all possible data points to make sure we grab whichever one is closest. Gonna get a bit of spam in the console here. Yeah, that one got a 4. So 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Iron ore, copper ore, stuff that has been mined, and now the emerald is properly not spawning. So that's problem solved. What is this? This is the distance, right? No? Resource data holder 59. That is the new distance. Oh yeah, okay, so these are like diagonal numbers. I got confused for a second why those aren't solid integers, but we're not just doing 2 dimension or 1 dimension. So, problem solved. I'm just a little confused why we don't have to do that above ground as well, because it should be the same methodology, which is right here. This is for above ground. It's just two-dimensional. But same story. It's using a local position to find the local centimeter by rounding to whatever the current centimeter is. But seems to be working fine. And I'm mostly just basing that off of Art's reports from actually playing at that distance on the multiplayer server. He said most of the caves worked too. Just this one cave seemed to be funky, but in any case, should be working better. Let's go ahead and write some stuff down to make sure we don't forget about it, because I do forget about stuff. This is now, we're on the 19th. I got real busy last week. Let's see, maybe not a fixed, but let's say world encounter resources are now checking within an error margin. Are now checking for saved stats within an error margin of 1 meter instead of 1 centimeter. Actually, and it was instead of 0 centimeters. It had to be precisely the same. And what else did we do? We did some other things. Fixed several errors that fixed several errors caused by meeting another player within a cave, within a world encounter. Fixed several errors caused by meeting another player within a world encounter. What else did we do? Did we do anything else? I forget. Oh yeah, we added some checks. Yeah, town building bug. I'm not going to go ahead and just say that that's fixed. Changed some town building loading code. Hopefully fixing disappearing buildings. I did change some stuff. It's not something that I was ever able to reproduce. I don't know how the town buildings are still disappearing, unfortunately. But I had an idea, because there was one section of code that was actually destroying them. So I changed it so it doesn't do that anymore. Hopefully that fixed that for good. I was not able to figure out either how, let's see, where am I clicking on all my servers here? This one, I still haven't figured this one out. I mean, I know what's going on here. This is caused by building rotation, but I don't know how she was able to get it to break. I tried placing them at all possible angles, placed them and left and came back, and stuff like that. Was not able to get anything to break, as she has seen here, so we'll have to just keep an eye on that. But did she maybe, let me see, maybe I have an idea. Let's go back to single player. Right, and I'm sorry I didn't reply to that. It's actually still on my phone. for me to reply to. I got so busy last week that everything just got pushed back. What am I trying to do here? YouTube. I had another comment too, even. And this is the right channel, isn't it? Yeah. And I don't need all of these things here. Somebody liked that. Somebody commented. It's not going to show it to me. Let's see. I think my email has that. Let's just hide my email real quick here. Let's see. Where are those? How do I open it? There we go. There was this one, and then there was another one that was also you. No, Michael Von Candiz. Oh, no, that was an old question. Okay, so no. Maybe you edited it from when I originally looked at it. Anyway, let's take a peek at that. Startown disappeared when I first did an emergency escape teleport to the base outpost, or at least shortly thereafter. It was filled out with all the buildings in the outpost level. All buildings but the warehouse vanished shortly after I arrived. All stone foundations and furnishings remained. The warehouse, however, was corrupted, as the sign in the center of the front post of the warehouse was missing. However, I found where the buildings went. I went to the town menu, right. That makes sense, but still not what we want. I could select one from the menu and give the position, relocate them. And the sign gets turned around. Oh, is it only 720? Yeah, and we will definitely add masonry skills this week. That should definitely be in probably tomorrow. So I had some code that I can show you. Let's see, I want to turn this stuff back off. And turn you off. Turn you off. What else did we turn on? That looks fine. Harvestable object has some stuff. We don't need you anymore. Don't need you anymore. Looks good. Had some code here where it was destroying the game. Like if it found a currently already existing building, which doesn't make sense, is why it was there. I don't know why you would be able to. But anyway, it should be working better now. Game object is not empty. If I could just get this to trigger, that would be the same problem. Is there anybody that actually calls overwrite? Oops. Find all references. That's not what I wanted. Where did that go? No, yeah, that was correct. Find all references. This guy does call overwrite as expected. And this guy's going to now overwrite in the event that there isn't something already there. So the overwrite code is redundant, but yeah, let's compile that, go back to single player and see if I can't. Do you know, Jack, how far away were you from the town? Were you more than, like, say, 500 meters away? Or were you actually pretty close? When you recalled? Because, well, and I've only been testing with the storehouse. I should probably test with, it's doing this weird import thing again. Oh, it almost saw for a flash there. Maybe I can pause my stream and go back later. And you mentioned that the stream is only at 720. Why is that? I'll look into that. I am not super smart when it comes to all of this streaming stuff. I think I need to buy a dedicated one. I've got some spare. I can't hook those up though, can I? I've got some old graphics cards, but I've only got one PCI Express slot, I think. Encoder. Did you emergency pretty quickly? Like, you went out there and then went back within like 5 or 10 seconds? Or were you out there for a while? Base resolution, scaled resolution. Yeah, it is 720p. Wonder where I set that up. I'll try and fix that. Yeah, that is fuzzy. That's unfortunate. Thank you for bringing that up. I was not aware of that. I thought it was 1080. So I will look into that. I might just be this setting. I don't think I can change it while I'm live. So when I break for lunch here in a bit, I'll try and turn it up to 1080 and see if that fixes it, or if it breaks my computer. Should be fine. I'm not running on. Is it really only using 2% of my CPU? And the GPU is only being used by Unity. It's not actually going to show me who's using what there, is it, huh? So it's encoding via the CPU, which that is also setting. Anyway, I'll get into that during lunch and maybe after the PM stream, but thank you for bringing that up. I will look into that. Okay, so you teleported away and then went back. So yeah, it should have despawned all of that stuff by then. But anyway, let's give it a try. And again, I did change things up a little bit, so it should act a little bit different now, but it should still throw that warning if it encounters the same problem that I'm expecting is what is destroying them on the current patch. So let's go back to, I built a town, it was mine level 0. And oh yeah, this is, I downloaded fresh from the server. I've got a lot of lumber on me. I'm gonna once again just change it to morning here because I don't like it when it's all dark for streaming and testing. And I'm going to place a storehouse like so, and let's go ahead and just place a forager. None of resources, need more lumber. Un momento. Sorry for cheating. And we'll rotate him, put him down. And so you're saying that it's the teleporter, maybe. How much do I need to make? Need 200. Is there enough stone in my vision right here? Lots of ore. Yeah, I'm just gonna cheat again, my apologies. I need a stone cutting station, of course, which I do have at the start. So leaving via the teleporter, or Solace, does not seem to cause any problems. I'm gonna test this using the teleporter because I don't think that should be any sort of possible ill reactions due to teleporting with the teleporter, but you never know. Doesn't hurt to try. Actually, let's go ahead and build off of this guy. There's some stone. Just probably enough. Put down a teleporter. And I'll just go north 5 kilometers. I should have set that as my home. Yeah, it doesn't actually destroy them. It just destroys their, you know, the data of the town itself is stored in a non-physical format. And that doesn't ever get messed with, fortunately. But still not nice, you know, having to reposition stuff like that. Thank you. Sorry about that. Got a real finicky little plug-in for the power supply for this mic. It's a condenser mic, so they use power. Now I used my recall ability, unfortunately. And it's... we need to update. Skill cooldown thingies, but let's do just one of these real quick. And we're back here and it looks fine, and I'm not getting any warnings. So well, we did get one here. Forge your game object is not empty. We did get that triggering. When did that happen? Target set position. This was called... it did go off, and that was just when we went from the starting Solace back to here. Why is that? No. Sometimes I think destroyed is not the same as null in some instances for Unity, isn't it? Now that I think about it. And again, shouldn't have anything to do with teleporting, but just to, you know, make sure that we're doing how you ran into it. It does not affect essence. Luck only gives you a chance to find higher... Can you get higher tier? I think you mean higher rarity, right? So it passes in the luck and it attempts to yeah. It'll make several rolls to see if you get rewarded a rarity that's higher than the rarity that you're currently working with. So you've got a 1, let's see. You've got a 0.5% chance, which is even less than that actually. 0.005% chance of getting a legendary resource per luck, which has a maximum of 200, I believe. Yeah, 1 in 952, 1 in 500, kind of like that. You better change your name to One-Eyed Warrior or something, Art. But no, it doesn't affect essence. If you're having trouble with essence, a lot of people don't seem to know that. Let's see, can we spot anything rare out here? I'm not, this is only, what am I, I'm at 8 kilometers? There should be a rare tree somewhere out here, shouldn't there? Or an uncommon, you would think. But if you go up to an uncommon resource and you open up the radial menu on it, you can harvest essences from any uncommon or better resource. I'm not going to run into one here on stream, am I? I should go out further if I want to stumble upon one. I'm only at 8 kilometers. But anyway, if you do Shift F and you open this up, there'll actually be an option here to harvest essence. But only if it's green or better, and only if you haven't harvested it yet. So if it's a fresh green resource, like I say, we can go out further somewhere and they should pop up. Let's go out to tier 59. With my luck, we will still not find one. Well, if you're doing legendary, let's see. You do have a chance at double reward as well. Let me double check the code for that. And I'm not gonna find one. What are you gonna do? I should just turn it down to night. Ooh, these guys hit hard. I'm gonna die. Oh well, there you go. I'm not strong enough to be out here. But anyway, yeah, if you Shift F on it, it'll work. If you do not have... How does the double reward stuff work? I kind of forget this. Get double reward. Let's see. This is based on... I ran out of disk space? What? What you talking about? How did I run out of disk space on the C drive? What's going on? It's random. I don't really keep any data on my C drive except for Solace Crafting stuff. Sure. I'm gonna close you down. It might be Unity building a bunch of silly temp files like this. So I just haven't messed with this in a long time. Is reward an enchant? I didn't think so. How do you get this? I don't think you do get this. It's just something I put in there. Anyway. Yeah, I just got a new drive. It's a terabyte SSD. so I moved a bunch of games over here. These are my 2 Unity data drives, but I don't know why my C drive. I'll have to look at that here in a minute. There's probably some old Unity projects copy. Yeah, this is just old. Well, I don't need this, do I? I moved this. Forget why I copied that over there. Is that whole thing in there? Unity projects are just crazy, crazy big. It's like 50 gigabytes or something. Yeah, I probably don't need that. But still, that's not 450 gigabytes. Anyway, what was the other question I was... Yeah, if you're harvesting legendary, right? Yeah, it wouldn't... I guess luck would not have any effect because you're not... You're already at the max rarity. There's also always a chance to get a little bit of double reward and some things like that, but not affected by luck. So I did see this go off, and yeah, we were still in the middle of this, weren't we? And I just died somewhere. Anyway. Distant objects not working, that's all normal. So we're gonna go back to the start once more. Yeah, shouldn't matter where you are, multiplayer or single player. This was before it actually finished despawning. Just gonna go back once more and finish letting it despawn first. Which we can see it do over here. Once it finishes loading the surrounding area, it'll despawn the distant areas. And let's actually go look at it. What terrain was it actually? This one? No? Did I miss it? Where's structures, town? It looks like it's already gotten rid of the areas. Okay, it was too late, so it's just about to despawn. There it goes. And then we'll go back and let it reload. And I'm just looking to see if that error goes off again, which I now set to be just a warning. Forge loaded fine. Try and teleport again. And it actually did that when I was set to home back here. I went home and then I came back. It was weird. It's so inconsistent that doesn't have an obvious cause. If it would just break every time, then I could spot it and fix it. Oh, 俺は12時だけど。あ、これ1時？あららららら。We'll go through here. It doesn't keep anything in the background actually. Like you can see right now, this stuff is still loaded. This is where I was because it's prioritizing loading the current area. But once it's done loading this in, it's going to despawn all of this. And that's actually what I'm waiting for. There it goes. So now that's all just written out to disk, and it's not in memory anymore. And it only takes like 1 kilobyte per terrain. So we're back here, and we'll go here. So it only saves changes. Everything's just noise based. It's not doing it again. It did it earlier though. I'm curious as to why. So it only saves, it does save if it rolls any rare resources, so that the resource scanners have something to read and understand. But other than that, it does not save hardly anything unless you touch something. Then it will save what you touched, what you built, what you added, stuff like that. Yeah, it's working fine now. And we did not let it despawn that time. Yes, you can. What else did I want to look at? It's also peeking at planter vanished on floating isle and an error using charge. I wonder if that's multiplayer. I think I was using the multiplayer just fine. White Dragon, if you open up the console and you type help, it'll say, and this, you probably can't see this too well on stream, I will turn up the quality after I break for lunch here in 8 minutes. And this is benign, don't worry about that. That's just Unity complaining that I made the window bigger. So if you type help, it says type help commands to see more. And if you do help commands, this should be autosave timer right there. And if you type that in, it should show you your current, which is 300, which is in seconds. So that's 5 minutes. And you can go up to 3,600, or you can turn it off. So if you just do autosave timer like 600, that would set it to 10 minutes. And if you set it to 0, it'll just turn it off completely, which I don't recommend. But even then, let's see, autosave timer 0. There are still instances that it will save. For example, when you teleport somewhere, you will see on the right it showed up game saved. It does always save when you teleport somewhere. So you're not getting 0 autosaves, but you know, a little dangerous to turn it off completely if you ask me. But you can set that how you like. I think that's the only one related to that. Yeah, servers have some more specific settings, but that's different. Yeah, it's set to wait up to an extra 5 minutes over the save timer. and wait for you to open up a window. So if 5 minutes have passed and you're running around, it won't autosave. But then, like, if you open up the map or if you open up your inventory, then it'll trigger the autosave. Or if 5 minutes goes over the autosave timer and it still hasn't autosaved and you're still just running around, then it will force trigger. But it does try to wait for you to open up a menu so that it, and I need to just set that up to be threaded anyway, so it doesn't do that. It's just kind of dangerous to put saving in multi-threading. If you Alt F4 while it's saving, it'll break the save. So I just need to set it up to back up some things. And yeah. I wanted to look at charge real quick, as well as planters on floating islands, and I'm gonna go make a sandwich here in 5 minutes. Wife wants to wait till 1 p.m. Kinda gonna upset her by taking my normal lunch break at noon, but I think that's too bad. I got a schedule here. She's working at home today, and her lunch break is at 1. Let's see. So I don't have charge. Oh, I do have charge. Because I was testing it earlier. There's also dashing strike, but dude was saying charge, which I've got on number 5. And once again, it is nighttime. Why is it always nighttime? I swear. I need to set daytime multipliers, don't I? That's something we need to do after lunch. So I'm going to charge this dude. And it did give me an error. Okay, so that's caused by the stun method, no doubt. Which was working fine in multiplayer, if I remember. If agent does not equal null, reset path. Reset path can only be called on an active agent that has been placed on an avmesh. If agent does not equal null and agent.hasPath, agent.resetPath should fix that. You don't need to reset a path if there is no path. Let's recompile and test that. How are you breaking them, White Dragon? This is in single player, right? I did see your screenshot. We were looking at that earlier. This one here, right? I can't figure out how you did that. You see reset path error when you kill stuff a lot? What? This is on stun. Where else do I call that? There's some of it up here, huh? So it only wants to call that, okay. If agent dot if agent does not equal null and agent dot has path. No reason we can't add that elsewhere. For good measure. Let's look at animal AI too, now that I think about it. Entities, animal, reset path, and agent.hasPath. And maybe on animal AI 2 reset. Nope, I didn't think so. That should fix those. Single player, I can't, I've been doing it every way I can think of, but I can't get it to break for me. Let's see. Prefabs. Unity stuck trying to load. 1 second, please. Prefabs. So, for example, we've got resources, stone, harvestable. Essence of stone is an uncommon reward. Okay, but none of the animals have that, do they? No, it's starting to freak out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reboot Unity now that it has freaked out, but there it is. Uncommon reward, was it? I can certainly add that to those guys. Uncommon reward. It should be on all of these, really, shouldn't it? Is it gonna let me do this? I think it is. We need to make snail and rabbit bigger too. Maybe chicken bigger too. Give me one of these. I'm in runtime. Is that okay? I think that's okay. Essence of beast. And we're going to use the tier. That should fix that despite all of these silly errors. And let's see, I want to charge something. I will charge you, sir. And that worked fine. He took a swing at me there while I was charging him, didn't he? That's not too awesome. Usually I patch what I work on pretty quickly. You would be able to tell via the version number, or if you check in Discord, if there's a new patch note that has come out. If you see this channel highlighted like white here, like there's something to look at, that would tell you that something new has come out, generally. And these all did save properly, good. Unity's freaking out, I gotta reboot it. Well, it's been doing this recently too. I don't know what's going on here. It looked like I saw just a glimpse of a script mentioned. Oh, there it said biome. Something there. I don't know what's causing that. It just started doing that like a week ago. Anyway. Well, there's a nice number of people in here. Maybe I will wait for 1 o'clock for my lunch break. I'm hungry, but wife wants me to wake, and I'm the cook of the family, so maybe I should make her lunch too. The warehouse went with the foundation. That shouldn't happen. Let me check that. We fixed, let's see, we want to write that down too. Fixed reset path errors on monsters and animals. And what else do we do? We fixed when using charge and or on death. What else do we do? I did something else. I don't remember. Oh yeah, we added essence of beast. Let's capitalize it. As uncommon drops to all animals. And start single player back up. Place a storehouse on a pre-existing foundation. I keep saying this too, I don't understand that. There's nothing on the main camera I can't use. I'm going to peek at that just real quick. What are these? These are not supposed to be there. Let's go to Quora. Whoops, cancel. No, that's actually main camera is loaded in with the player. But oh, okay. Here's these weird. No, does it save? It does that every time I save. See, I'm wondering if I can go down to YouTube and pause it. There was a frame here just for a second where it says something that it's trying to save here. Micro splat biome, that's what it was. Yeah, I've seen that before. I'll get into that later. So, player camera. It's got the camera on it. Audio listener is removed. Component at index 2. Is this 0, 1, 2? If it's removed, go ahead and apply. Should be fine. I'm going to have to save again, and it's going to do that whole thing again. Nope, didn't do it this time. Interesting. There's also enchanted construction supplies. Still giving me that. It's funny. Sounds like that's actually the start. Here, isn't it? Camera, avatar, player camera. There's no funky scripts on it though. This is not the main camera. This is the main camera. I don't know what keeps throwing that error. Preview camera. Whatever. Be nice if it would highlight that for me too, but it won't. Let's go ahead and do this. And do this. And click on it again. See if it'll highlight it for me. I doubt it. It didn't even throw the error that time. Interesting. So is it? Oh, it is in there. Or is it the start loading scene? Sorry, I'm going off on a bit of a tangent here, but those warnings bother me. Start client. I'm not going to save if it asks me to. I just want to go look at start loading real quick. Main camera. Flare layer. Audio listener. Why would you not be able to load any of that? There's nothing strange on it. I don't know why it keeps saying that. But that's Unity for you. We'll go back to start. We'll turn back single player on. It saved that, even though I told it not to. It's fine. Yeah, Steam will auto update. If you're like playing it when I patch, it won't update immediately. Sometimes you need to log off for like 10-15 minutes for it to figure it out. But usually it'll just happen as soon as you log in next. Unless you've specifically turned off auto update. What was I doing? I don't remember what I was doing now. Oh yeah, we're gonna place a warehouse onto a foundation. So I'm gonna deconstruct you, and I'm going to destroy you. And let's see, I got some resources back for that, but I'm gonna need a lot more. Let's just do new stone foundations. How come right click isn't working? Why is there always something that's breaking? Something's always got to break. Now it's working. That's interesting. Why was right click not working? Right, so I'm gonna save here, and I'm going to put a storehouse down. Am I seeing something wrong here? 200 tier 0 lumber. I need timber, don't I? Newbie mistake. I've now put it on top of this guy. And of course, destroying this should not affect it. Not sure how you, what you're talking about there, Jack, but if you did delete onto this guy, it certainly would delete the game object. And we don't currently have it restoring resources yet. Neither does that. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a peek at, we fixed charge. Let's see where, do we have a floating island anywhere here? In multiplayer server. that we know of. Art. Swamp, swamp. Needs teleporter. What does that mean? Or do we need to go and find one? Let's just go and find one. I'm gonna teleport around a little bit here. Probably end up in the water. See if I can't get closer to one of these floating islands. And I've ended up in the water as expected. And I'm not seeing the island that I was going for. Yeah, sorry, I turn it black when I cheat. Let's see, I'm pretty sure I've got a save that's got floating islands. Not sure what it is called is the only problem. Dungeon test, world, vertical bag, December. Dungeon, no. World 3000, vert. What is vert? Maybe this guy. Yeah, I'm currently encoding as 720. I did look at it, so I'll have to try and turn that up. Well, I don't have any, it looks like, unfortunately. I thought I had a save somewhere, but we'll just have to go find one. Let's go way to the east. And let's just run a bit. Ooh, there's a big tower. Yeah, wood and stone shouldn't matter. I think he accidentally selected the storehouse because they're not, they're forced to be custom buildings now. They're no longer just those town prefabs. Alright, I'm outpacing the world generation. Should be getting close though. And maybe jump too far, whoops. Let's see, do we have it? Oh, we got some enchanted, there it is. Down here a little bit. Okay, let's put a Solace down here. Oh, I'm not very strong, am I? Let's call this floating base. Well, you know what I meant. Base of under floating island. And I'm gonna go, oops, still have my speed turned way up. Pretty sure I don't have underwear on, which is a problem. But anyway, just gonna make a quick little thingy here. And I'm not taking damage. I don't have undies on. It's not triggering super cold. Planner looks fine. After failing to grow, frozen demise, and swimming vaccine plants on the floating island with over minutes to be sure they'll grow this time when it returned. A few hours later, the plants and planter had vanished. So when he teleported directly here using a Solace, it didn't work, he says. Floating island self-destruct is what I'm looking at there to make sure it cleaned itself up. And then I want it to spawn again. And it looks fine. Wonder what he ran into. And I wonder why I'm not cold. Player environment. We updated, oh, well, I guess it hasn't been patched yet, have we? Or was that last time? Mushrooms can now be grown above ground as well underground. That was changed on the 5th. So that should be working if you're trying to do that now. Update, yada yada. Not loading them. Let's see. Can I do if? Let's see if client.playermover.world encounter. Where's that? Player mover.world. Currently in world encounter. I think I can do this. Let's say string text equals question by default, and then put this to be text, and then let's say if, let's see, we want to do world encounter manager. Manager equals this guy, and then if manager dot type, what is it called? Encounter what is he called? Encounter dot I guess we can do if manager is world encounter cave, but oh yeah, we don't have goblins yet in beta is what I'm confused about. So if this is a cave manager, then the text equals cave, else if manager is actually world encounter floating island, then we'll do this, and that might not fit, but we'll see. And then I wasn't going cold for some reason. Temperature. We don't have that. Generate temperature. Shouldn't be in a temperature zone. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. If we're greater than or equal... Oh, if we're not in a world encounter, why do we have that? Hmm? いいよ。俺、いいよ、作ってあげるよ。なんでやん。あ、このために待ってんねんが、1時まで。お腹空いてんねん、こっちだ。45分ぐらいから作り始めようか。まあまあ、なんとなく。ない。買ってきようか。Not sure when I added that in. That will certainly mess up floating islands. I was born in America. I've been speaking Japanese for almost 24 years now. So I've gotten pretty good at it. I grew up in Seattle. Harvesting essence actually doesn't use your strength and toughness and stuff at all. It just tries to straight up destroy it. So that shouldn't matter. For example, harvestable object essence. If you call this here and if it's been hit, that means if you've harvested anything from it ever, or anyone has, it won't let you do it. But otherwise, it will just destroy it, give you the essence. Doesn't make any checks against your tools or anything like that. So I'm gonna go up above once more, and it should make me really cold now. And it does, and I'm already taking damage, and there's no planter here. Interesting. What happened there? Getting really hungry. Did it maybe position it improperly? No. And what if I leave and I come back a couple times? I talk to my cats in English mostly. Yeah, no, I guess that's not true. I talk to them in both. They're probably bilingual. Probably need a woodworking station, don't I? Wonder what happened there. Better just try it a few times, see if we can spot it. So let's save here. We'll leave and we will fix temperature. I don't know why that wasn't working. Who coded that? Fixed temperature. Fixed floating island temperature. Not working in single player. And let's see. We want to peek at floating island. See under encounters. World encounter manager floating island. Where are you, sir? Dungeons? No. Shouldn't be in dungeons. Why are you in dungeons? There you are. We've got the terrain save file here, right? No, that's stored in the manager. So we actually only need the parent class, which is going to access it down here. That should be spawn misc, I believe. We'll do a load and let's do a save as well. Area load, world encounter load, remove misc. Yeah, we could put a debug here. That's not going to be getting called, but you know, doesn't hurt. And then we'll do add misc like so, so we know that it is getting added to the data. This is the ephemeral data. Doesn't have anything to do with the in-game objects. So something is messing with that, I believe, if it's not loading back properly. Planters are, I think they're their own thing. No, they're facility, I believe. Farming. Farmable planter is a farmable object. Oh, really? Add mask facility, boat, furniture. Huh. Is that our problem? Farm. Oh, no. Farm. Okay, so no, this isn't going to work. Sorry. I got that wrong. That's going to be terrain save file. Is he just not loading it? Probably spawn building. There it is. Spawn farming, world encounter farming, load cave. It used to be only cave, so we just call it cave. There's loading cave planners. And we we should find a planner here. Let's also add a debug to save planter found, removing, update planner, planner found, updating, planner not found, adding. So we've got debugs for that. The only thing I added was this, which we should not be getting. We'll go ahead and look at it. So anyway, I probably want fancy underwear, but let's see if we can do this really quick. Go up top. Place a planner. You can see updated planner. We're going to go back down. Let's see, it said planter not found, adding. So that was right here. Planter not found, adding. And then what was this? Updated planner. Who are you? It's going to call that junk. Call command place planner. Updated planner. Player farming. Command place planner. That's not what I wanted. Place. Place planner has updated planner in here for some reason. Okay, so no, that's wrong. Not acceptable. It's trying to save it to the terrain. So this is going to be interesting. We are currently underground, yes, or underneath it. Let's take a peek at where we are. Let's grab this terrain and let's look at his farming. Look at this, he's got a planner way up in the air. So this has been improperly saved to the terrain, not the floating island. So this is not enough of a check. Used to be only caves that were applicable, so this was enough. Thanks for stopping by, John. Have a good food break. No essence on Shift F was harvested. Really? I'll have to peek at that. Let's see what... okay, so we know what's going wrong here. I'll look at that. What am I? I'm out at 28. I should be able to find something very easily. Let me... turn it to nighttime. And there's something right there. And harvest essence. Well, that didn't do anything. How does all this stuff just break? Like, even when I don't touch it. I don't get it. So we know what's going here. I don't need you anymore. I need to update this. We don't need you. We don't need you. We also want to look at... Did I get any calls there? Nope. So that's the radial menu. Harvest essence is button 2. Client player harvesting harvest essence. Yep, that's not nice. So let's see. If not is server, and this is, we need to go player script controller client dot is server. You need to do that, otherwise just call it, dude. Hey, look, it was my fault. Would not have guessed. Current harvestable object dot essence. What do you need? You need the client probably. Looks good. Let's recompile while I peek at it. That should fix that. Yeah. If world encounter manager equals null and rarity equals 0, there's that. Add item, destroy object. This should, it's gonna do that. We're not updating though. For example, this guy is going to hit remaining equals true, add item, update stats. Okay, yeah, that's good. That should fix it. Yeah, I obviously upgraded it to work in multiplayer and broke it in single player. So adding that little clause there should fix that, and we can test it right here. With what? It didn't fix it. What? Radial menu. Current harvestable object is not equal null if we are server. I got that backwards. If we are not the server, we want to do that. Otherwise, just go straight to the harvest. One more quick recompile. Yeah, it's supposed to be doing that. It's just not. This needs to be more like if client dot player mover dot is world encounter. If we are not currently in a world encounter, we want you to get the current terrain save file and do that. Otherwise, we want you to get the... Honestly, we don't even want to do this. Where did we make these numbers? Get current section. That's understandable, but I do, you know, you could cross over onto another terrain if you built like a big bridge or something. It should really just go straight to here. Player script control, well, and then let's see, this is command, so this is server side, so that's acceptable. So we don't want to go here, we want to go client dot no, yeah, we can go here. Player script controller client dot manager dot terrain manager dot world encounter master dot get current manager based on the client. And we want to do world manager equals like that. And then we can do manager dot terrain save file update planner. So this will grab whatever encounter the client is currently labeled as inside of, and then update the planner to be within that manager. And let's go ahead and recompile that, and we'll test 2 birds in 1 pass. No stones needed. That was initially put in that way because caves are underground. They're placed 100 meters beneath terrains just to make sure that nothing ever overlaps. So back when we only had caves, that was an acceptable check. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's reload that before it saves. Yeah, now they are all world encounters, regardless of either being above ground or below ground. So that 0 check doesn't work anymore. And so I've changed it to now check if we are in a world encounter or not. So that worked for the wood, and let's go back to our planter, which is actually now floating up in the sky above us, which oddly enough will cause it to look like it is correctly positioned, won't it? Because we loaded this first. But for example, if we go back to the start and this section of the world despawns, we'll let that go ahead and happen. Once these disappear, I think we'll find that when we teleport directly to the floating island, because the terrains aren't loaded, the planner will look like it's not there anymore. It waits until it's finished loading the surrounding area, so it's very much based on your computer processing power. So that did confirm that. I'm going to go ahead and go underneath it so that it does load this terrain, and then I can go straight back up. And I'm going to pick it up. Oh, no, it's not there. Well, anyway, let's put one down. I'll put it off to a bit of an angle here like that, and try to go down before I die. And it makes your food go down too when you're cold, if you didn't know that. I'm going to save here. It has actually self-destructed, so let's look at our debugs here. Planter not found, adding, this was not necessarily confirmable as the world encounter being calling that, but I don't have heal. I would like a heal spell. Do I have any? I do have some. Let's do 100 points into heal. And do that. I need to update the cooldown graphic so it's not almost invisible. Go back up, let it load. There it is. I'm going to pause and double check that it is. Nope. It has saved itself on the terrain once again. How did that happen? Nothing here. Did I not change that? If we are not in a world encounter, I want you to go to here. Oh, I'm not updating the parent either, am I? Because we're doing the same silly logic right there. Otherwise, we're going to call you manager now that you're not necessarily a cave. Get the current manager. And planner.transforms manager.forming, very good. I don't need this stuff. I mean, I don't want to do return. I guess so. I guess so. It could happen. It could happen. You never know. Okay, so we fixed, I'm going to pick that back up. I watered it accidentally. Pick it up. I'm going to go back underneath it. I'm going to save. I'm going to recompile. And I'm going to test this out real quick, and then I'm going to go to lunch. Yeah, I think I need to churn down or churn up their deceleration, maybe, I think is the problem. Because they know that they don't have to get that close to you. But they're already running. So like when they hit that point where they don't need to be running anymore, I think they have like a deceleration. And it, like they should just stop when they get there, even if that's not the most realistic thing in the world. Okay, final test. Moving up, placing it down, double checking. It's now on the world encounter. It should save there properly as well. If we go back underneath, it's going to despawn immediately. And we can respawn it immediately again. Oh, and it did not show up. Okay, well. Still having problems, huh? Okay. I guess my wife is going to make lunch for me. It's good, no? 一緒に寒っ Probably still not hitting the correct, what is it, this guy, manager, terrain save, world encounter, farming data holder, update planner. This should be good. Nothing found to save planter into. Let's farming data holder. These are indistinguishable from terrain or world encounter, but we're grabbing it here. So world encounter, farming data holder, floating island. Let's double check him. I'll bet he's not loading. You're under dungeons, aren't you? Spawn. Oh, is that not where that was? World encounter manager. Oh no, it's just a part of start. He's calling all of those, right? Spawn building, spawn misc, spawn farming. Why are you not calling that? That is our problem right there. Spawn farming, spawn building, spawn misc, spawn farming. That's all three of them. So I bet the data's saved. It's just not loading it in properly. We're underneath. We'll save. We'll recompile. We'll load it up, and we might find that we have more than one planter now. Patching takes about an hour. So I can't really just do that all of a sudden. But I will patch today, definitely. So I'll be back after lunch for 3 more hours of streaming, and then I will patch after that. You can't shit F it? What does that mean, White Dragon? No, I'm just kidding. Did fix it. Let's see. So we want to go above, back up here, and it should load it properly. There it is. As expected, loaded as a child to the world encounter. All should be well in the realm of floating island farming facilities, if you're into that kind of thing. Did I mention harvesting? I did not. Let's see. Fixed farming, fixed fixed farming planters, not saving, and loading properly on floating islands, and then fixed harvest essence via the radial menu, not working in single player. And just real quick, I'm going to peek at let's look at an animal, for example, a bear. They've got a navmesh agent, auto braking, stopping distance. They don't have a stopping speed though, because that's really the problem. Peepy-chan, what's the matter? Auto braking. Maybe I should just turn this off, and maybe they will stop immediately. Let's try that real quick. Maybe I'm sure I can find an aggressive beast out where I am. No auto braking. It is kind of nice, honestly, when like the rhinos do that, because I mean they're big giant beasts, but that should be like a special attack that they do. It shouldn't just be because they ran into you. That is not currently intentional. I can definitely see making that an intentional thing for some of them, but not for like spiders and foxes and stuff that can boss you around. I mean, that is properly positioned, by the way. I purposefully put it off to the side there to make sure it was different than the first one I put down. Let's make it daytime again. And the grass has not loaded for some reason. Is that a bear? These guys are aggressive. They're not very big though. Yeah, and he didn't stop immediately there. Boars are aggressive too. They're all pushing me all over. So that didn't improve that. But anyway, here's those floating planters on the terrain now. Great. But anyway, I will play with that. If they've reached their destination, they should just set their velocity to 0. So that'll be probably in their AI themselves, not leave it up to the NavMesh agent, because it's not doing a good job. Which is going to be these two, primarily monster or animal AI too, isn't it? These guys. But I'll look at that when I get back, and so I'm going to turn the stream off for now so I can get some food. We're going to make some pasta, and I will immediately check the stream quality as soon as I stop it here, because I will 99% forget to do that when I come back. So yeah, thanks for everybody that stopped by. And thanks for all the reports and, you know, screenshots and all of that. If I know it's broken, I can do something about it. If I don't, just doesn't end well. So